Ooh, little 4 Billy night. Today we might hit our goal, chat. Or, well, get back over 1 trillion silver. I love Twitch running and in the middle of the night a screamer is hosted. Oh my god. Don't you hate that? Bam, 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 bam.
Hi chat, how are you doing today? I'd just like to welcome you all to the stream. We're gonna have a fantastic day today. I'm gonna be whispering in your ear, and then later, maybe I'll lick it a little bit.
I do not understand ASMR at all. I do not understand it. Like I understand what it is. I just don't understand the kink or whatever. And when it comes to fetishes, I think once again, I don't understand a foot fetish, but I think they're actual gamers. Hear me out. I think they're like 200 IQ. Who doesn't like their feet rubbed and massaged and all that shit? I think these feet fetish motherfuckers know that women love a good foot rub. And they just, yeah, I got a thing about feet, and women just, their eyes light up. They're like, oh, god damn it, this means unlimited fucking feet rubbing. I think they're gaming the system, and we're all just sitting here on the sidelines wondering what the fuck. Not sure how true that is. I don't know. The fact that you're not are you done?
Daddy, chill.
The fact that you're not sure shows that there is some truth behind it. Fucking hate you guys. God damn it. It's 9 a.m. in the morning. It's too early for this shit. Near snortable, huh? What does that even mean? Here, I should restart my client. The sound. That's the sound I make when I if I accidentally sit on my balls. Where is it? Oh shit. Okay. Oh, I left my Vel on. God damn it. Wait. I didn't leave my Vel on. I was even on my character. I've been fishing. Okay. Restart client. FPS is kind of ass right now. That shit is expensive to repair. It is so annoying. It is so annoying to me that I have a better alchemy stone that isn't actually better in PvE. It's better in every other fucking spot. It fucking drives me crazy. Give us this new fucking elk stone. Oh, that's right. Maybe one more month. One more month. Month and a half, maybe. Maybe 2. And then we're saved. They're doing it as a favor to us. Duh. I know, right? We're gonna withhold content from you guys. And yes, fuck you guys. Progression to me is content. I'm aware of the game I play. I understand 99% of the decisions I make are to service progression. So you fucking losers out there who don't think progression is content are only lying to yourselves. Anyways, I digress. Yes, them saying that they are doing us a favor by depriving us of content pisses me off. By the way, since I am not in the tournament anymore, you guys, I am going to be doing the I'm going to be streaming the matches for both EU and NA next weekend. I'll have to try to make like a plan. I'll have to take a look at all the brackets and make a plan, like which arenas I'm going to jump through and which ones I want to watch. Gotta watch my boy Kanjara. I want to see the Akari and Pinks fight. I want to see Neptune's fighting. I want to, because that could be content. I want to see Kaj fighting. I want to see Verts matches. I want to see basically a lot of the homies. But yeah, I want to watch all of the EU Sage matches. Well, I guess I got to decide which half of the bracket I want to watch. Shit. Let me pull up, because I guess I can only be in one half at a time, right? Let's see. Show all. Masterclass. Why can't I find it now? Fucking blind. Here we go, schedule. Okay, so EU Sage, let's see. I'd like to see the Sages that pop in here frequently. But it looks like the only Sage... It's like Avios. It looks like the rest are in like the bottom half of the bracket. We have... Lakota. We have Cadge. We have Archive. Yeah, we're definitely going to watch the bottom half. And then for... Shit. This one kind of sucks for Meiwa, because like I want to watch Pinks, I want to watch Akari, I want to watch Veve, and they're all in the bottom half of the bracket. So we might not be able to get to see Neptune's matches unless he makes it further. Let's see, what else do we have? Musa as well. Ooh, I'd like to watch Suna's matches. Well, let's see. Let's go with EU in the morning. So EU, we have Deadeye, Drac, Mystic Striker, Kuno, Corsair, Tamer, Wukong. Shit, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't know if there's anybody I really want to watch. I don't know much about anybody who plays any of those classes. But yeah, we'll watch it. We'll spectate them. Unless you guys really just want me to grind circles. You know, if you guys insist. Did I do my Kafra's weekly? I can't fucking remember. Wait. Oh. A good Awakened class to roll both PvE, PvP. You're seeking... Okay, honestly, you're not gonna like this answer. Just play what you think is gonna be the most fun. There's so many different classes. It's a game, it's not a job. Just take a look at them all. Stop focusing on performance and focus more on fun. Because just ask yourself, if you have to be doing well in order to have fun, then are you really having fun? Here, one more second. Fly you to cast the finals? Looks like they already got Biceptimus going out there. They don't need you. Oh, that's what's going on. Oh, update that. A game lagging? No. Wait, what did you have horse notifications on for to begin with? What is wrong with you? You excited for your matches? You all practice up? You have like what, 5 more days? 4 more days? What day is it today? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 5 more days? Or I guess 4 more days to practice, and then it's the day. Oh yeah, yoink yoink. Ooh, yoink yoink yoink. I got to play a little bit of Solaire last night, chat, which was kind of nice. Nice little treat. Do we have draw? We do. I'm gonna just use my Splendid. Okay, no, this is wrong light stones. Yeah. There's no buffs on this channel. We go back to bosses then. I'll need to do C10 Sangoon. Oh shit, buff. Did I? Maybe I should do one for bosses. Yeah. No, I'm gonna do C10 Bamboo. I don't know why you would do C8. That doesn't make any sense. Unless for some reason the C8 rewards are better for Bamboo, better than C10 for the other things, which I highly doubt, but you know what, maybe I'll look it up. Black Desert Foundry. Probably the same rewards would be my guess. Difficulty. Da, 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 da. Oh, you can get feints from it. Well, the embers are crap. Mem fragments are basically whatever. Is that better? Oh, they made it so you can only get Debo earrings, eh? You can't get the other Debos. Yeah, 8 is 360, 370, 380. Shit, maybe it is. You know what? You might be right. Maybe I'll hold off and save my last 3 runs. I'll just redo Goomy and Pig for the buff right now. Okay, good call. Even if it isn't, you know, then what's it hurt doing 1 week? Oh, shit. Gonna be 2. Sweet. Would have preferred that a little bit later, but... God damn. Fast as fuck, boy! That guy just decimated my old record. 239. Holy. Keep that back swing away from me. Oh shit. Why the fuck did I rift chain? What the actual fuck? Do you use crit rate now for Sage PvE? I mean, you can. It's an option. For Suck Sage, you definitely should. For Awaken Sage, debatable. Shit, did I pop buffs? No. Boy, I love having to go through fucking 2 more loading screens because I can't buff in there. Thank you, PA. You guys fucking blow. Can we please do this now? You guys have been doing so many other quality of life shit that I've been complaining about. Please, just let us fucking buff in there. Please. Prince. Oh my god. How you doing, Murderkind? Lock it in for drops? Hell yeah. Oh shit. Dash through his stupid ass. Oh, shit. Hey, he knocked me out of it. I went too far back. I should have... But... I mean, you just go damage, right? There isn't a ton of damage options. There's only like 10 different Lightstones and 5 different... 10 different reforges, and you can have 5 per set, right? You just gotta ask yourself... The only thing that's really debatable is you gotta ask yourself, do I need the DR? Because that's the only one you might use in a PvE setup, right? If you want to use the DR, then you gotta make a decision. What do you want to sacrifice for the DR? Otherwise, everything else is pretty static. The thing is they're actually 78% crit, and all you do is make your E-buff even more useless by stacking crit on your reforges. Okay, that time, I fucked it up. Yeah. What is wrong with me today? I lived! Never mind. Okay, I gotta stop looking at chat. I'm trying to read and shit. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I should just pay attention when I need to be paying attention. Yeah, any class that isn't capped on crit and the majority of their abilities aren't capped on crit, then crit chance is one of the most mandatory things ever, because it's one of the best ways to increase your damage. For a class like Awakening Sage, we have like a handful of abilities in our kit that are 0% crit, but between the base crit chance, as well as add-on crit chance and our self-buff crit chance, which is up all the time, those 0% crit abilities are 78%. And then our Q buff also gives 50%. So by running the reforges, you just make your E-buff even more useless. Oh, why am I going away? Okay. I'm actually shutting up. I am dying to the stupidest things. Okay, I'm locked in. I'm minimizing the OBS window. Because this is getting ridiculous.
Man, all I can think about is chat right now. Wait, can they hear me?
Shut up.
Am I speaking out loud? What is reality? Oh man, I gotta dodge. Anyways, who likes toasted peanut butter jelly sandwiches?
AI is way too fucking good. You're assholes. Shut up. The hell? Okay. Unminimizing chat. Why is the AI getting so good though? Did they update that? I gotta take a look if they have like a version 3, because I feel like that was even better than before. No, it's just a version 3. Yeah, no, it was really good. But yeah, for bosses, for example, I'm not really worried about the DR. Oh my god, I can't pull it open. So for like reforges, it's basically these, right? I guess there's 11 reforges. But for like grinding, you know, I want the DR, so I drop the crit rate. I'd rather have back attack, critical hit damage, BSR. I mean, you probably could, like I said, you probably could drop this for this, and you'll do a bit more damage when you're not e-buffed, where this is more damage while you're e-buffed. I think the difference between the two is going to be super negligible. I mean, maybe I'll try it today, but I feel like it's going to be super negligible. Because the only abilities with Awakening Sage that you're affecting are your Arcanons on Enlightened Bolt, and I mean, that one's okay. It's like 8k damage. Radiant Annihilation, this is one of the bigger ones, right? A lot of the damage is from the Arcanon, which is like, what, 7k plus another like 15k. So, you know, this is probably the ability that is affected by it the most. Chain Lightning a bit, that's like 12k, because this has no crit on it as well. The Spear Bolt and the Aftershock Arcanons are kind of whatever. That's such a small portion of the damage. It's something, but yeah, it's mainly for the Chain Lightning and Radiant Annihilation. The rest are just kind of, yeah, whatever. Every other ability has like either 25 or 50% crit rate on it. And because of all of our self buffs and stuff, those are basically a permanently 100, right? You don't use this, so, you know, the crit rate, well, I guess that's 50, never mind. Yeah, like everything else is like 50, 50, 100, 50. This goes off Lightning Prison, which is 75, because it goes based off of the attack 3. So that's basically 100. I know this is 100. The Spear Bolt and Aftershock, the abilities themselves are 100. Lightning Surge is already 50, so that's basically 100. Not, you know, Judgment is 100%. So, yeah, it's like crit chance is, I don't know. You probably could mathematically figure out approximately how much both are contributing. Because, yeah, your crit chance isn't going to increase the damage of this at all. Or Upsurge. Or Riftstorm. Although a Taurus Palm has no crit on it, and it definitely will help that. Wukong is amazing at PvE. It's a very good PvE class. Void Blast, I think, has some crit on it. Yeah, so that's basically 100. So it definitely helps a Taurus Palm as well, and this is a pretty solid PvE ability. Yeah, it's, I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I actually don't want to run the crit chance on Awakened Sage. I'd rather have the crit damage and have a stronger... Oh, wait, I didn't swap. There we go. Stronger E buff. Oh, I gotta do my rifts still, too. Fuck, I keep forgetting. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter whether I do them now or if I do them just before maintenance. They're not gonna pop before maintenance, and then they're gonna pop immediately after maintenance. So as long as I make sure I do it. Can you guys make sure I don't forget later, please, chat? Put a little memo on your desk, remind the old man not to forget. They should add some more interesting reforges too. Imagine if they added like HP on hit reforges and stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. I remember when they first added the lightstones to the game in artifacts, they suggested that they were going to add artifacts or lightstones that like have interesting things like reducing cooldowns and shit. That sounds like a balancing nightmare, though. I do not trust them to decide which ability gets to lose how many seconds off of a cooldown. You'll have Sage who gets like 1 second off Riftstorm, and then they'll give like Mystic a second off their vacuum, or 2 seconds off their vacuum. Low durability reforgers like pure AP stones? So you mean like a reforge that'll break? No. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like that's just gonna make people complain. If it's PvP related, then like somebody jumps you and they got one of those in, it's gonna be annoying. If it's PvE only, then you're never ever going to be able to trust any video or any reporting on Garmoth because you don't know if they're gonna accurately show whether they had it or not. Also, if you make it PvE only, it's not even like it would matter because there's AP caps on everything, so people would probably just complain more. I mean, people are always going to complain more, though. What can we complain about today? That's a good question. The fact that I haven't got a drop yet. I've been grinding for a whole 4 minutes. Where are my heralds at? Actually, fun fact, chat. I might be able to go to Caphra's, not this week, obviously, but next week. We're gonna have 4 clicks. We have 4 clicks on like a 20% chance, so there is a chance we move on to Caphra's. Yeah, we don't need those vibes here either. Doesn't matter what you think of a person. They had a family. Don't be disrespectful. Think of his wife. Think of his kids. Think of his friends. Okay. You can come back tomorrow. That's some stupid ass energy. And we don't need it here. I don't care how much you like or dislike a person. Celebrating their death is ridiculous. Take that energy somewhere else. Caphras? Yeah. That's the thing that's been annoying me the most about my bad luck with enhancing the armors. Is the stats from the armors is actually so minimal. I mean, it adds up over time, but really it's like minimal, right? The difference between somebody who's like full pen and full hex. But the thing that's been annoying me the most is just the fact that my ability to participate in this content in this game is being gatekept by it. That's what annoys me the most about it. So being able to do Caphras is going to be a nice little milestone, because now I'll finally have access to all the content. I mean, I'll still be gatekept from the Caphras fights, right? Because there's going to be a bunch of people who are still, you know, a lot ahead of me, but... Still an Enslar already? Yeah. They should have made Cartian the first boss, but not make it where she's sitting on a bunch of stupid platforms. Just a last little follow-up, Eat a Peach, assuming you're still there. I'm not asking you to mourn his death, but going around celebrating it is just not the kind of energy I want in here. I think it's despicable energy and speaks more about you. How many weeks have you been doing Caphras, Gunjar? Did you go 0-5 both weeks? It's crazy how much the enhancement chance drops off after you get full pen. It goes from like 20% a click down to 5% a click. If you take a look at my averages that I've had all the way up until now and how many stones, like, you know, if you assume, right, every stone that I went above the average was a wasted stone, and, you know, mathematically figure out how many stones I wasted. All it takes is one lucky click past pen, and I instantly make up for all that bad luck. Because you go from like an average of 5 stones for a click, all of a sudden to like 20 stones. You're guaranteed a pen. Shit. I think the pity is less than the average, isn't it? How many pities is it? Because if it's like a 5% chance. Is it 20? Oh, you're still at 2 tets. Oh, okay. You're probably talking about your pets. I was thinking of like hex. I don't know why I assumed you were going for hex on your clicks. What is the number of pities for hex? Can you pull off one of your armors and take a peek? Or I guess you could just mouse over it. Or I guess I could mouse over it. What am I talking about? Oh no, I don't have a pen yet, so I can't do that. $22. So that's pretty close to the average amount of clicks then. Assuming you're starting with a 300 stack. Because I'm pretty sure you have like less than a 5% chance at like a 316. Oh wait, 323 is a 7.5? Why did I think it was 5? Okay, never mind then. Yeah, and they're gonna keep going up. I called this shit ages ago. Unless the only way that it's gonna stop, the only way it can not go to max is if PA adds more ways to get them. But anybody who understands how abundant those things are, and the fact that everybody's moving on from those places, and how many people need, yeah. I called this shit before even Adania came out. I said the only wild card is if Adania drops those things, then they'll stay min price. If they don't, then they'll eventually make it to max. It'll take time for the supply to deplete, but once it does, they'll go to max. And they're already trying to address the problem with C10 bamboo, right? Because they're adding the feints there. And I have a feeling the feints are going to be... You'll probably get like a guaranteed feint every boss. Or have a pretty high chance of it at least. They're already trying to address it. But that's still only potentially 3 a week if you do 8, 9, 10, right? If essences and devours go up to max price, let's see, did I do that right? Yeah. Yeah, if essences and hungers go to max price, then Dark Seekers is right up there with this spot at 3.5 bill without Agris. I don't think you count with Agris because you can't grind nonstop with Agris. You run out. At least I run out. Even if you count with Agris, though, I think they both go up proportionally. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, no, that's a filter. Interesting. Oh, here it is. Here's Agris. So Agris in yellow. Actually, no. With Agris and a yellow loot scroll, Zephyrus becomes 5 bill, where Dark Seekers is just 4.2. So this place, even if Devours and Hungers go to max price, this place is still better. Now, one thing to consider though is you're selling the stuff from here. If you're saving the stuff from Dark Seekers and using it yourself, then you can calculate the value of those pre-tax, right? Because if you're not selling it and you're just using it, then you're not, it's not being taxed. And as soon as you do that, Darkseekers closes the gap more. But this spot is still better. No, I'm saying if you're grinding devours and you're keeping them for yourself, then you don't have to calculate in the tax. And the value of that spot goes up. Because if you're using them, you're not getting taxed if you use them. If you sell them, then your money at that spot goes down, because now you're getting taxed on it. Taxes are theft, yeah. If there was no tax in BDO, they would have to dramatically reduce the tolerances on the market in terms of min and max price. Taxes are one of the things that help prevent market manipulation and inflation. If they got rid of the tax, inflation would go crazy, and then the super rich people would be able to make insane amounts of profit off of providing artificial supply or demand on specific commodities. There's Kabuas for PvE, and there's Dekias for PvP. That's it. Those are your two options. You might not be able to buy the amount of hungers you need. You will be forced to grind that spot. Yep. Hungers are one of those things that as they slowly deplete more and more, and like right now, there's still a lot of supply outside of the market, right? There's a lot of people who saw the writing on the wall and bought a fuckload of them to stock up not only for themselves, but maybe to turn a profit. And as the prices climb, you know, people get impatient and they want their money, and then they're going to actually dump some of that supply back into the market. But slowly, that hidden supply that's sitting in people's storages are going to start disappearing, right? And like I said, unless there's some outside intervention by PA, it will eventually become one of those things where you're grinding and you're sitting with orders up on them preemptively, so when you do need them, you will have them. Otherwise, if you wait until you need them to go for them, you'll be waiting to do your clicks. RNG boxes, yeah. That's the biggest thing that stopped this from going to max price already. Is the whales with the blacksmith boxes and stuff get a fuckload of the dim hungers, right? These guys. So the whales don't actually need to buy a whole lot. They probably get more than enough of these if they're whaling enough for their clicks. Yeah, if those weren't in those boxes, those Devours and everything would already be at max price. Which, honestly, I don't care. I personally think that we need something like that. We need something to force these whales to step outside of Velia and have to actually play the game. They can swipe for their crons, they can swipe for their silver. Make them actually go out and have to grind for the stacks to use it all. Since they no longer have to go out and grind base accessories to do their clicks, make them grind for the stacks, right? But I think we all know what's coming. It's probably only a matter of time before 300 stacks. Yeah, you said it. 300 stacks are added to the Pearl Shop. $100. I think we all see that coming on the horizon. Oh, there's no way they'll add them for loyalty. Not a chance. We've had bundles with high stacks? We have. I don't think we've ever had anything with 300, but I think we've seen 200s, yeah. And once upon a time, the highest we saw was 100s, right? So this is just going to be constantly a boundary that's being pushed further and further. Another thing that could really adjust this market too is them bringing that Night Vendor event back that came with the Dania, right? Where you could buy 300 stacks from the Night Vendor. Think of how free those stacks are now you would have bought from the Night Vendor. Because they were cheaper than making a 300 stack with min-price Devours. And now we don't have min-price Devours, so they're like half price 300 stacks. Well, maybe not half. Actually, yeah, no, they've about doubled, eh? The price the stacks are? From the Night Vendor, for a 300 stack, it was like anywhere between like 17 bill to 22 bill. Where 22 bill was slightly more expensive, but almost everything was under the minimum cost of making a 300. I ended up buying like 15, I think, 300 stacks during that event. I just kept rolling my energy because I was like, shit. This is money in my pocket, each one of these. And now even more so, right? Because I barely had to touch my stockpile of Devours and Hungers because of that event. And now Devours and Hungers are going up. So, like, I made, you know, so much money off that event. I think there's a really good chance they bring that back, though, with the Dania Part 2. They'll bring back that event. Maybe I should start going to a Lustin every day. Or every week and dumping energy into potions. So I can go crazy during that event. Shit, I hadn't even considered the implications of that. Yeah, if people are using all of their energy on rolling the night vendor, then they're using a lot less energy for gathering. I haven't done anything with my worker stockpile in quite a while now. Do you really think there's an overlap, though? I think there's a little bit of an overlap. Probably not a lot. I think for the life skillers, they obviously hate grinding, right? I think a lot of them really enjoy doing their life skilling thing. So if there's an opportunity where instead of having to go out and grind their own stacks, they can just go to town and quickly buy some stacks, they're going to take that route. But then it does create a situation where they now don't have the energy to go out and gather. I don't think that's as much of an issue. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe, like, you could save one character, right? You could roll your energy on all your other characters, but save... No, because then you won't get energy on the other characters. No, at least not much. There's got to be a little bit of overlap. Maybe not a ton. Definitely nothing, not even a 1-to-1. Not even close. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I have a bunch of herbal medicine too that I save just in case I need like massive amounts of energy for shit. Somewhere. Oh, there we go. 12 of them. They're nice when you're trying to go crazy gathering, like if there's a gathering event going on, because you pop that shit, and not only like you use your energy, you're empty, you pop it, you get 500 back, and then for like that full hour, you're struggling to make sure that your energy doesn't actually hit cap. And then when the hour's up, you now have practically full energy, ready to go again, and then you finish, right? So you get like a solid 2 to 3 hours before you're actually completely out on the character. And then the next day you do it over again. Ooh, double earring. I used to do that when gathering cedar sap back when I grinded underwater. Or, no. The medicinal things in... Never mind. What was I gathering? I could have swore I was still gathering cedar sap with it, though. Maybe I was gathering something else. Oh goddamn! Why did I bolt? I was moving. Whew. I like fucking hit stuttered. Jesus. That's a lot of beating rocks. I gathered the full energy on one character, and I'm like mentally exhausted after. I prefer grinding so much more, even though they're practically the same thing. Taming horses. I've considered doing like some horse taming and stuff, trying to get my training level to the break point where the min roll is no longer 0.3. I think it becomes 0.4 or something like that. But I need like Guru 20 or something like that. Or Guru 10. I can't remember what the break point is. But like it's like a week of doing that shit if I wanted to get there. But it would be such a when it comes to the next time to train a horse, it would dramatically increase the overall outcome of the horse. Or more importantly, dramatically reduce the amount of times I need to reroll levels. Because trimming 0.1 off the bottom is pretty big in reducing the variance. Anybody remember what level you needed? Because I'm at Master 17. Maybe it's like Master 40 or something like that. Because I feel like I was only like 20-ish levels away from it. And I remember the next one's like mid-gurus, which is an insane amount of time. It would be cool to try to get all my life skills to at least Guru. I guess I could go check in my horse. It would probably show there. You know what you do? You would hide in a bush, right? You would hide in a bush, waiting for the person to interact with their horse. And as soon as they interacted with their horse, then you would flag up. As soon as you saw the backpack disappear off the back of the horse, you know they put the stuff in their inventory, and then you quickly kill the horse. Because if I remember correctly, like, you can't just randomly flag up and attack a horse, but if the person has been recently on it or recently interacted with it, then you can kill it, right?
You're a monster.
Reminds me of the Gingerbread Man. I think he says that line in one of those movies. Because the other ones are more common, or at least appear to be more common. I don't think by a lot, but are also a lot less used. There's a lot more spots in the game that require knockdown and bound resist that are dangerous than spots in the game that are like float knockback or stun stiff resist. So it's a little bit on the supply side, but more so on the demand side. Orbita or Zekia and this spot. I can show them right now if you want. This is what I'm using. Oh, I have no maids right now. But oh yeah, I wonder how many of those have accumulated now. Ooh, up to 500 now. Oh, wait, it's nighttime already? Oh, that's right, because of the time change. Shit. I'm surprised they don't move that back an hour too. Fuck. Well, I guess after this cycle, I'll go make lunch. I have no sense of how much I'm getting an hour. I don't think it's a ton. Does the rest of the world do daylight savings time? Probably depends on the hemisphere you're in, maybe? I don't know. Maybe they just do it at different times, or it alternates. But, I don't know. Daylight savings time to me seems kind of like nonsense. I'm going to keep it a buck. Does it really save us an hour of daylight? I feel like all it does is instead of it being darker earlier in the morning or later in the morning, it just makes it darker earlier at night. Does it really save us any daylight, though? Like, I feel like not really. It is annoying, right? And I just don't feel like it really serves any purpose. I was kind of enjoying before daylight savings time popped in, the sunrise being a little bit later in the morning. I was like, shit, it makes me want to actually go down instead of having to wake up at 6, 7 a.m. It's fucking 8, 9 a.m., right? I could just go down and have it with my breakfast, or even go after breakfast. But now, like, because of the changing it, it's like, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it doesn't really save us any time. It just shifts the time, the daylight hours. Maybe I'm speculating here, so maybe you guys can provide more context on this. I work from home, so maybe you guys have a little bit more input on this, but maybe it keeps the daylight more in line with rush hour, so people can actually see better during rush hour. Maybe that would be a purpose for it. I don't know. It's health issues, more daylight, more vitamin D, but that's the thing though, is it doesn't change that. It's not like it gives us an extra hour of daylight. It just shifts it. Whether it's an hour before or an hour later, the short time of daylight during the winter solstice, right, is still going to be dab middle of the day. So either you have a job where you can be out in it, or you don't. But it feels outdated to me too. Military? I don't know how it would benefit them either. Just calling it daylight savings time is kind of misleading because you don't save any daylight. It's not like you get extra daylight out of it. Like I said, it should be called daylight shifting time, where you move it an hour and you pretend like it actually had an effect on something. Any tips and tricks early? Not really. Just enjoy it. Have fun. There's a really good guide. Type in !sage guide made by a sage named Archive. A link to his stream is also there. It's not a video though. It's a little bit of a read, but you don't have to read it all right away, right? Just, you know, as you're trying to learn more things, read a little bit more. Lots of really useful information about it. About Awakened Sage specifically. There's nothing about Suck Sage in there. But a lot of people consider it the Awakened Sage Bible now, where if there's anything you want to reference or brush up on, maybe a little bit more in depth on, it's a great resource for that. Yeah, no, using time in that sense makes perfect sense, right? But we're talking about like daylight savings time and stuff. But the 24-hour clock makes perfect sense, and why the military would use that. We were just talking about how daylight savings time feel like it serves no purpose and just is more confusion. It's not like it makes the day last an hour longer. It just shifts the daylight, and I just don't see the purpose that it serves. For the snow farmers, farming is a possible thing. Any farmers in chat? Do you guys think daylight savings time helps you at all? Who am I kidding? It's fucking 11 a.m. They're probably getting ready to go for bed. They just finished their long fucking day. They've been up since who knows what time. I don't know. Maybe the farming wise, maybe there's reason behind it. Farmers hate it too. It was never about saving daylight. It was about getting people up earlier when utilities benefited the economy more. But that's the thing. That doesn't make any sense either. Because whether they wake up at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m., they're still going to go through their same routine. It's not like people are going to be like, oh, I normally shower, but because daylight savings time happened, I'm not going to shower today, or vice versa, right? If you wake up at 6 a.m., you need the lights on. But that's also my point. When you come home at 6 p.m., You need the lights on. So all you're doing is shifting that time. But if those people are awake for that hour, whether it's at the beginning of the day or at the end of the day, they're still going to use that energy, right? All it does is shift it from one area of the day to the other. Maybe at one point there was a benefit. Maybe it was like them trying to do like load management on the infrastructure, trying to make sure that I don't know, even that, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me because once again, you're still just shifting it from one. I don't get it. There had to have been a proper reason, but it does feel like outdated. More hours of daylight during the workday equals less energy used? That certainly might have been relevant then, but like what office building do you go into now, even in the middle of the day, that they don't have all the lights on anyways? Sure, they might have the windows open, but they still have the lights on and the windows open. Maybe that was more of a impact then, but just kind of another thing showing that how obsolete it is now. That's the only argument I could think of is maybe it has to do with they're like maybe there was other reasons. Maybe they're keeping it now because they're like, okay, people are waking up and driving at this time and they're driving home at this time. So we ideally want it to still be somewhat daylight when the roads are the busiest so people have best visibility to minimize the amount of accidents and stuff, right? Maybe. That's like the best argument I can think of for it. You're a jello salad. Oh, he got you there. Speaking of food, I'm actually hungry. I will be right back, chat. Yo, what's up, chat? See what the Warriors XP's at. Boom! 66.6. Holy shit, the mark of the beast. What are you up to today, Pinks? How was the wedding, by the way? Did you get cold feet? Lots of good pictures. Fantastic. I thought maybe it was all just a setup. Maybe you set up the whole thing just to get a free drink out of me. You left a little note at the altar. Your wife showed up, and the note said, "Sorry, the love wasn't real. I was just trying to get a drink out of Zeph." Oh. Thankfully, should leave me in the gazebo alone. No. Where did you guys go again? You should obviously can say it now. Lucia. I can't remember what it is, but awesome. Look at this pose. Man, I love this warrior drip so goddamn much. Am I a warrior again, chat? Hoping to savior? True. Big true. People are turning into a real hater. A real hate watcher. Last couple days. He's only come in here to talk shit, and then he goes on his merry way. How much trillion you have? Too many. More than I need. I love the way this sword and shield looks too. Whoa, whoa. Like I got a fucking lightsaber. How many total mobs killed? I wonder if I'm at 25 yet. No, 24 and a half. Could have played in the Warrior Masterclass. Yeah, honestly. Would have stood much bigger chance. That's the thing about like Warrior, Velk, and Zerker. Those fights can't go on less than a minute because you just can't even kill the person. It's the thing though, is a Bobo match would have lasted longer because Warriors are actually tankier. Yoink. Also, you can't do that reset shit. That cooked my ass. In that first round. God damn, that was such a free round for him. Fucking completely caught me off guard. Yeah, Karim and Gelb. I know nothing about Karim. I've never ever seen him play Sage. So, I don't even know how good he is. How much he likes to hear you moan. Huh? Yeah, I know Kyreem's been around forever. I think he used to play Musa way back in the day, but like I don't even remember how good he was on Musa. Just that man is like a sleeper agent or something. But I know he's been around forever. I think it was Musa. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But like that man I never see him in any sieges, node wars, capped or uncapped. I've never seen him, he's never ever stepped a foot in Solaire unless he's only ever done it on an ult account. He's never been in another tournament that I can think of. So like, I know some people are gassing him up, but I'm like, based on what? But I know he's been playing this game forever. I just can't think of what justifies the gassing, and that's not meaning that he's not good. He might be just one of those sleeper agents, you know, just doesn't give a fuck, and this time he's like, why not? From what you know or from what you heard? Because like I said, I don't know how anybody knows he's a crazy player when like that man, like I've been in the Node War and Siege scene for nearly 10 years now, and I just can't remember seeing him anytime, anywhere, in anything. The only thing I can think of is maybe he's a BA rat. Because that's the main area where, you know, I don't spend a lot of time. Chase. Oh, Chase is that tamer, right? Isn't he the one that's like a Neptune's, like a really weird Neptune's orbiter? Or am I thinking of a different tamer? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I just remember there was this tamer that would be like, any chance he got, he would just be AFKing on Neptune's screen somewhere, like, in the background. But yeah, now that I think about it, I don't think that was Chase. I think that's someone else. Speaking of Dragor, he's back. To talk a couple lines of shit and then disappear again. Dragor's been around for quite a while. Do you know much about Kyrene? Dragor? Like first-hand experience? Kyrene and Kirby used to fight quite a bit in the BA, if I remember correctly. See? There's still even just like a lack of confidence in that. If someone's that notable, they should stand out, right? You fought him? Okay. What environments have you seen him in, Dragor? BA, okay. That's like I said, I've done node wars and sieges, and you know, even if I haven't participated in some seasons of Solera, I'm always watching the leaderboards. I like to see who's participating and whatnot. And just Kyrene, I've never seen him anywhere, so the only place I can suspect that he maybe spends most of his time is in the BA. But he obviously puts in time to grind if he hit the 810 gear score, right? He can't be just like full on BA rat. Yeah, but being a BA rat doesn't make you good. Most of the time, you're stomping on nobodies. Like, how many... Like, we could legit spend all afternoon here going through different, like, BA montages, especially well-known people. And you just look at the people they're fighting, and 99% of the time, they're fighting nobodies in their montages. But they're gassing themselves up, and their communities are gassing them up. That's not saying that they're not good, but I just don't understand how you can gas somebody up that has yet to prove that they're good in this situation where you know the people they're fighting are good. But maybe this is Kyrene's, you know, opportunity. I mean, he's already made it to the finals, so he's obviously good. No, but collectively, all of these things together paint a full picture. You could be really good at hammering in a nail, but that doesn't mean that you're a good carpenter. The people, in my opinion, that deserve to be gassed up the most aren't the one-trick ponies. Are the ones that excel in every environment they go in. Those are the GOATs. If you're gonna spend 100% of your time focusing on one area, you better be fucking good at it, you know? I don't know if that's relevant. I was thinking. I don't think those things have to be mutually exclusive either. I think you could be both, Dragor. You can be both at the same time. Well, it's relevant within the context of BDO. If none of it is relevant, then what's even the purpose of playing? We're all BDO players, and it's relevant within the context of BDO. The future's so bright, I could do both. Oh, damn. You could be hammering nails while getting nailed. Yeah, give me a second. My dog's like got her paws on my knee. She's about to start barking at me because I'm not letting her out. I'm trying to kill this frog quickly. Watch, if I give her like one more... I don't know if my mic will pick... Actually, I think I have NVIDIA broadcast turned off right now, don't I? Or... Watch this. I'll turn it off. I'm going to ignore my dog for a minute. She's going to bark. I think that's true in some cases, but not all. But within the context of him, it's just like, yeah, maybe this is his chance to actually get a little title under his name, but so far, there's nothing that I've seen him accomplish, so I don't understand the gassing. Not saying the gassing isn't warranted, just saying I don't understand it. But maybe this is the time. Okay, she's not gonna bark. I'll just let her out instead of making her wait. Let's say what if what? I mean, we'll find out, right? We don't know that, though. And you have to prove that. You can't just say you're the best 1v1 Sage. But I guess we'll find out. I mean, to be fair, I don't think this tournament decides that either. When it's just a best of 3. And I understand when they make it as limited as it is because of time limitations. But I think there's probably a lot of matchups that probably would have went the same even if you had like a 1st to 10. But there's also a lot of matches in there that if they went to 10, they could have swung as well, right, in the other way. Because in a best of three, it just takes a mistake and some bullshit, right? It's only 2 wins. Where when it comes to 10, there's lenience for like a mulligan, right? Where a mistake or some bullshit could cost you a couple rounds, but your consistency across the larger spread. Like, for example, what about Jessel Romar, right? That man's the fucking goat at Warrior. Look where he is, right? That man, where is it? Okay, well, he did take a round. I thought he actually got 2-0'd. But he got eliminated in his first match. How's he the GOAT Warrior? One of the GOATs. Maybe not the GOAT, but that man won best in trials. If you run into him in any setting, he's a force to reckon with. Whether it's smaller fights, larger fights, you see him on the field, he's a fantastic player. You take a look at Derm. He won best in trials and best in class. I think he might have got 2-0'd, right? Yeah, by Arapuro, who is no slouch himself, but Derm got eliminated first round. I mean, you can say that all you want, Dragor. But it's a best of three. Yeah, maybe they're not as sharp as they used to be, but I'm sure if every single person on there had to fight every single other person, like, there's no doubt that Derm would have been in the top for sure, and wiped the floor with the vast majority of the people in that Sork bracket. Casito? Well, Casito made it to the finals, right? Not only has he shown it in the past, he is showing it present too, right? The best two Sorks in the game? And who are the best two Sorks? What makes them better than Derm, for example, who's actually proven himself? Shuckle, Invulnerable, another guy, right? Absolutely fantastic Zerk. Ended up getting eliminated first round. Was probably playing Awakening. Awakening definitely seemed, when you watch all the Zerk matchups, Awakening definitely looked like it was at a hard disadvantage. I can't remember. I wonder. Black. I'm going to see if I can find the old Sork bracket for the previous masterclass. I wonder. I can't remember if like Yasuni or oh fuck. How did I accidentally close that? I can't remember if those other guys were in that. Let's see. Would have been Isaac? Do you know what his name would have been back then if he had a different name? Okay, NA best in class. Here we go. Sark, here we go. Oh, fuck. Wait, why is that EU? Oh, here we go. NA. Musa, Mewa, Striker, Tamer, Dark Knight, Nova, Hash, Zerker, Guardian, Witch. Sark, here we go. Yeah, I don't see It was a play, like a play on the word dyslexia. Okay. Well, there's Horror Verona, Slugs, Sour Punch, Lord Spooky, Benir, Dracula, Dyslexia. Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is probably the one you're talking about. It's Disleccyx. Yeah. Dyslexia beat Green Camper, then he beat Lucky, then he beat Boss, and then he lost to Vinanel, and then Derm beat Vinanel. No, he didn't lose to Bear. He wasn't even in the same bracket as Bear. It's Bear lost to Derm. I'll pull it up for you right now if you don't believe me. Unless there's two Bears. If It's Bear is different than the other one. Right? Right? So there's Bear here. And he made it to the semifinals, but ended up losing to Derm. Unless Vanel is Bear and this is a different guy, which is certainly possible, right? Um, this is best in class, so this would have been gear based. This one. You thought he fought Grim? No, they were on the opposite sides of the bracket. Maybe third place? Oh yeah, that would make sense. These guys, the losers of this would have had to fight each other for third place. But oh wait, sorry. They would have had to fight each other for fourth place, and then the winner of that would have had to have a match against this guy for third place. The loser of this one for third place. Okay, that makes sense. Let's take a look at the best in trials, though, because that was gear based. So maybe Grim didn't have much gear then. Maybe Derm outgeared him. Let me see if I can find the best in trials. Yeah, no, Grim is a fantastic Sork, but okay, NA best in trials. Here we go. So, no, he made it to the trials. Oh, yeah, looks like he name changed for the trial one, too, eh? But Derm beat him in the best in trials, too. So, like, Derm showed that. And, yeah, this was super long ago. Maybe Grim had just started playing. But, I don't know. I don't think you can really... I think this speaks louder than him getting eliminated first round this time. Because just like I'm saying, right? Back to my original point. A best in 3 is just a first to 2. It's such a... It can be such a coin flip in some matchups. Especially, actually... And you know what? Maybe this leans a little bit more towards your argument. This matchup... in the best in trials and best in class back then was so obnoxious, Sork versus Sork, because resists were still in the game. They were so hard. It was so difficult for them to catch each other. They obviously can't trade each other. And both Sorks knew that they're re-CCing with a Grim. So all Sorks would do is stack 80 or what was the captain? 60%? No, I think it was whatever it was. They would stack max resists for knockdown, and they'd be constantly resisting each other's re-CC. Like some matches in the old tournament got decided by like who managed to resist the re-CC and who didn't. Make it first to 2 is so lame. Even Solare's first to 3. Well, they have to do that for time limitations, right? I understand. Ideally, right, in a perfect world, they'd do like a best of 5 or a first to 5 or a first to 10. But, you know, when you take a look at how many classes there are and how many participants they ended up getting signed up, that would have just been such a dredge, right? They would have had to like spread it out across 2 more weeks. Instead of having 8 different 8 different groups, right? 4 for NA, 4 for EU. They probably would have had to do 10 groups for each region. I think that's a silly mentality myself. I think they earned those accolades for the time. Yes, it was a different game at the time, but the other people they were competing against were also dealing with what was in the game at the time. It's not like they didn't have what was at the time and the people they were fighting did, right? Or vice versa. You wish PA streamed and recorded these fights? PA is actually doing a lot to try to get streamers to stream the fights. There's a ton of fights that got streamed in the previous weekend. The only thing that was kind of silly about it, and I understand PA not wanting to have to try to manage the streamers and what they stream, but like for the Warrior, the bottom half of the Warrior bracket, like half the people streaming it all went to watch that. So there was like other fights that were going on that nobody was streaming, while we had like 6 people streaming one fight. In EU, we forced them, so every match was streamed. Shit, I actually want to stream the EU fights next weekend too. Now that I've been knocked out of the tournament, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to participate in streaming and all that. But now that I'm knocked out, I signed up and I actually want to stream the EU fights and NA fights. I would really like to be able to stream the Sage fights. So when I come over there, asking Laffy to please don't force me to stream the non-Sage fights. I really want to watch, especially the bottom half of the Sage bracket, because I know a bunch of those Sages that come into my chat and stuff, and I want to see them slug it out with each other. You have to just stick to one arena so you can pick the Sage arena? Okay. Awesome. You thought I'd make it to the semis? I had to, so a whole series of bad decisions resulted in, and bad luck in my downfall. Bad luck, Kalb was the projected winner. Everybody knows Kalb's the GOAT on NA. Maybe Kyriem is. Maybe we're about to find out that there's a new GOAT. But Kalb is the name everybody knows, and I managed to get picked by him for our first match, right? Not picked by him, picked to face him in the first match. So that's kind of rough. So my decisions after that were, okay, I feel like my best opportunity, this was my first bad decision, my best chance would be for us to both go into it blind. So this way he doesn't have the opportunity to learn my play style any more than he already has. So maybe I can surprise him with something, right? That was my first line of thought. Also, I didn't practice nearly as much as I should have. I really should have practiced more. I did about 2 hours of practice like a week and a half before my match. And then the day of my match, I did like an hour of dueling before it. I should have practiced a lot more. So that was my second bad decision. And it ended up blowing up spectacularly in my face. Because that initial decision where I like, okay, maybe I can go and surprise him with some shit. We went into that fight and the exact opposite happened. I wasn't paying attention. He got a quick grab on me in the first round. Grab cooldowns. Like if you get grabbed and someone combos you and you have to V, like grabs are long enough now that if they come at you as you're coming out of V, their grab's still going to be on cooldown. Well, the thing is, with Awakening Sage, that might not be the case. And I wasn't paying attention for it. He ended up resetting his grab. So when he charged at me while I was coming out of V, I was like, okay, I'm going to save my iframes, and I'm just going to bolt, right? Bolt, when you're coming out of V, is just a super armor. It's not an iframe. I wanted to save my 2 iframes. Because I turned my back to him when I V'd, I didn't see him reset. I went to bolt, and he grabbed me in that bolt just as I was coming out of V and finished that first round faster than you possibly could. It was the fastest round of the whole tournament. And then the second round, I'm just trying to think to myself, I'm like, what the fuck? It didn't clue in me right away. I was like, was it really that long? It's like my timing broken in my head. How the hell was his grab available? I hadn't even considered he reset. And then it like dawned in me in the middle of the match, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. And then that match ended up going pretty goddamn quickly too. It ended up lasting like 45 seconds or something, and then I was knocked out. But well, that's what I was doing, Jello Salad. I was practicing against people on the other side of the bracket. In fact, Calb can even corroborate this. He and I had talked, and if he and I were put on opposite sides of the bracket, we were going to practice like crazy with each other. But because not only were we on the same side of the bracket, we were facing each other the very first round, I thought my best bet would be to go into it, to force him to go into it blind. And on top of that, I forgot my third bad decision I made. I thought I would completely change up my playstyle. So instead of using the Enlightened Bolt core, which I swear by, I love it, I think it's fantastic for dueling, I decided to go with the Spear Bolt core and completely change up my playstyle to try to work around that. Terrible mistake. Did not work out. I think that might have been worth doing if I was dueling with him beforehand to try to experiment with that. But yeah, it just a series of bad decisions on my behalf between not practicing, not trying to go into it blind with him, and changing up my playstyle to try to get the surprise on him. All of it went completely opposite of how I had hoped it would go. So it was... I have nobody to blame but myself for how that went. But the silver lining to it, quick ass round, I'm out of there, collect my 20,000 crons, pass go, and now I get to chill and watch the rest of the tournament. And there's no shame in losing to him. Even if I had made all the right decisions, he still would have very likely won. He was playing like fucking crazy. Like, he was playing so good. I'm being a good friend and not roasting Dukes? Wait, how did Dukes matches go? Let's see. Wukong. Dukes. Oh, he got eliminated by Reckon Bones, but Reckon Bones is a good player. Yeah, no. That's the thing that disappoints me the most, Pinks, is Curvy's also really good at Awakening Sage. And every single time, and this is probably part of the reason why people think Calb is Curvy, is all but one season, they like alternate who's playing. Like season 1, neither of them played. Season 2 was Curvy. Season 3, it was Calb. And then I think it was season 4 and it was or maybe it was season 3 and it was both of them. And then season 4 was the other. And like, it definitely perpetuates this idea that they are the same person. But the one season where they were playing together, I remember seeing on a stream, I think it was with Armin or somebody else, they were both in the same match both in the same team. Dukes lost to Reckon Bones, yeah. But it definitely, because of, yeah, I don't know, maybe they're just super slick. Maybe it is the same guy. He's just been playing a trick on all of us. He loaded up the virtual machine, got into the same game, tried to pretend to play on both at the same time. Maybe he's a multitasking extraordinaire. But yeah, and my memory, I'm getting older. I don't need to tell you guys this. You guys fucking remind me every day, but sometimes I wonder if maybe I remember correctly seeing them both in the same match. But yeah, so back to what I was saying. I would have loved to see both of those guys square off. If they were put on opposite sides of the bracket, there's a good chance that they would have been duking it out with each other by the end. Yeah. I mean, I hope so. That fight is volatile as hell, so. It could go real fast. In either direction. I wouldn't mind doing some duels with Kyrene. Akari and Net finals? Yeah. He's in BA1 pull up. Yeah, this very minute. Let me guess. In the back? I actually asked to duel with Caleb yesterday. I wanted to actually try around my the Spearbolt playstyle that I was trying to adapt to fight him. But yeah, it just wasn't working out so well. I should have just stuck with the EB core. I prefer that so much more. I think it helps a lot. Did he in there right now? You're actually serious? Is he AFK? Although I don't know if you'd want to do duels on stream. He might be trying to keep it secretive, right? You know what that little rat Calb did right before the match? Remember how I told you guys I was doing an hour of practice before my match against Calb? That man snuck up to the wall and tried to crouch beside it so I couldn't see him, so he could watch me dueling. And I ended up jumping over the wall and CCing him. He's trying to be all sneaky and shit. So that man would definitely do the recon. If I did some duels with Kyrene, Calb would probably watch the tape and try to see what his playstyle is. So I don't know. Kyrene might want to be like, okay, no, I'm gonna force Calb to go into it blind. Because I don't think Calb knows shit about Kyrene either. Although now we know how to see which core other sages are using before waiting to get CC'd by it. You had to be here yesterday for that tech chat. I'm not spilling the beans today. That's now under lock and key. I need to put that VOD behind a paywall now. You wish Pinks had more fire? I know! It's pissing me off. It's absolutely pissing me off. Maybe he's just playing the part. Maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care, but he's been dueling like fucking crazy, and he has all his shit talk ready for when he wins. And he's just gonna unload the Gatling gun of insults the second he wins. And it's going to cause a whole bunch of drama and content for all of us. You did the same thing? No. I actually really like all the sages. Oh, you mean like, yeah, not really gassing up. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Thing is, though, Calb and I have never had any beef with each other. Akari has had beef with quite a bit of people, right? So, maybe I should say quite a bit of people. A fair amount of people. So, of course, you know, it makes people more excited to see him lose. But, even that being said, like, there's no doubt that Akari is a fantastic Meiwa. And he's very, very likely to win. Especially because Pinks, who, if you looked at anybody in that Meiwa list that you would think could take down Akari, you would think it's like Pinks. And maybe Veve, right? Maybe Neptune's. But I think in general, most people would favor Akari in that fight against Neptunes, even if they put their biases aside. Although, Akari is a Neptune's Glazer, so he would never admit that. Oh yeah, Neptune's still a really good Meiwa too. As much as people want to shit talk him and whatnot. You take a look at, like, every time, like, Neptune's... Anytime he gets into any beef with any other Meiwa, he won't hesitate for a second to be like, yo, you want to back up that talk? Let's go BA. And 99 times out of 100, he'll clap their cheeks, right? In an equal gear situation. So, anybody who... tries to pretend like he's a bad Meiwa, they're just coping. And I think most times people like to just tease him and call him a bad Meiwa because they know how much it actually bugs him. Like, if he's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, if he had the fucking Pinks mentality, like, where he's just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm washed, or whatever. Then people would stop saying it because they'd just be like, oh, well, this is no fun. But Neptune's like, he gets in his feelings when anybody speaks poorly about him. So it just makes people want to press that button more, you know? The internet being the internet. Really, Dragor? Yeah, see? But C-Zane's a lot younger than I am. I am a seasoned internet veteran. I can tell the difference when people are fucking around and when people are genuinely just trying to, like, there's a difference. When people shit talk because they're just goofing around, or when someone's shit talking because they're trying to make you upset. And there can be a little bit of overlap, but understanding which of the two is their real motivation can really change how you interact with people online. Like, even Armin, he's a little too sensitive with people just fucking around. he can get pretty quick with his banning trigger finger when people are fucking around and he feels like they're goofing on him. Also, the way I see it is if you can't... two different ways. One, you all... I'm sure most of you know this, or all of you know this, whether it's siblings or it's your best buddies, you bust each other's balls. And busting each other's balls about things is actually one of the best ways to get a point across, but doing it in a joking way. If, for example, like... if some person you don't like says something bad about you, something bad about something you've done, or bad, whatever, right? You're going to be like, oh, they're just a hater. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck what they say. And there's no personal growth to be had there. Because the person who's saying that shit, you're going to just throw that criticism in the trash thinking they're just a hater. But when your best buddy... or a sibling or something starts busting your balls about the exact same thing, you're actually much more willing to take that criticism. Because they might say that joke like, oh, I can't believe you said that, you're such a fucking, I can't believe you, whatever, right? Whatever they say. And you might at the end be like, yeah, you know, maybe I shouldn't have been so hot-headed. You're much more likely to take that criticism and do something with it. So if you're constantly, anytime somebody's just fucking around in your chat and you're unable to distinguish the difference between somebody who's hating on you for the sake of hating on you and hating on you for the sake of just like jest and fun and, you know, and a little bit of criticism, then you're not giving yourself the tools for your own personal growth. And if someone, remember, I feel like we've had this conversation a billion times, but I feel like it's such an important one that should actually be taught in school because we have way too many snowflakes these days. But offense is taken, not given. The other person doesn't get to decide if you are offended or not. You decide if you are offended. And if you are offended, then there must be a reason why you're offended. There's probably an opportunity for growth there. If somebody says, haha, all you do is just sit around all day, you fat fuck, and you're just like, who cares? I'm living my best life. I got a fridge full of my favorite food. I'm sitting here playing video games. Who cares? It ain't gonna bother you one bit, right? But if deep down inside you're like, shit, you know what? I wish I was a little bit more fit. I wish I was a little bit more active, and somebody says that to you, you're more likely to be offended because, you know, it's something that actually is a bit under your skin and you're doing nothing about it. So the fact that you're offended might be the wake-up call that, hey, maybe this does mean more to you than you think, and get off your ass and do something about it, right? And also, it's important to understand that your emotions are the steering wheel for your life. And if you give other people control over your emotions, you're giving them the opportunity to steer your life. If you let someone get under your skin and all of a sudden you assault them and you end up in jail and, you know, because of it you find out you get fired from your job, they could legit just use your emotions and completely derail the path you had going for your life. So controlling your emotions is so important to learn. And one of the best ways to control your emotions is to just be true to yourself. Make decisions, the best decisions for yourself. Yeah. Well, it's something that needs to be worked on, right? And I think it's like a vaccination, right? Like, maybe not a vaccination. That might trigger some people. It's like, if you spend your whole life in a super clean environment, you're going to be so susceptible to germs, right? That's why you want kids to be playing in dirt, playing with other kids, so they can have this shared immunity that they build together and makes their immune system stronger over time. And I think it's the exact same way with your feelings. The more you try to protect people from having their feelings hurt, the more sensitive they become to their feelings being hurt. You end up doing the exact opposite. That's one thing within the context of BDO I find to be super silly. I completely understand chat banning people if they're saying like some bigoted shit, but when people are just spamming chat macros and they're getting chat banned, what's the purpose of even having a block feature in the game anymore? Like, that's what the GMs should be responding. When somebody's just like, this person spammed calling me a loser, the GMs should say, well, we're sorry that you feel that way. We would like to point you to this feature, and it should have like multiple screenshots showing the step-by-step process of clicking a name, right? Oh, it's hidden behind the window, and clicking block, and then it'll say at the bottom, and this is how you never have to worry about seeing their messages ever again. But instead, like, people are getting chat banned for some of the silliest things. Which, I mean, it's just a chat ban. But the problem with the fact that they are doing that, doing chat bans for just spamming a very silly macro multiple times, it makes the system weaponized. Because now people will do it just to get under each other's skin. They'll be like, oh, this person's... They pressed that macro 4 times. You know what that means, right, guildies? Let's go report them so they get chat banned for the week. And then that just ends up making more work for the GMs. Where if the GMs just had like a copy pasta saying, okay, well, we don't see any racist remarks or bigoted remarks or, you know, anything like that, right? So therefore, we just encourage you to block them if you don't like what they're saying. Then people will no longer just report people for shits and giggles. Yeah, like if there's doxing and personal threats associated with that and racist shit, any type of bigoted shit, then sure, chat ban them. But if they're just writing the same macro saying LOL trash, LOL trash, LOL trash, and they're getting a chat ban for that, that is the perfect opportunity for the GM team to be like, no, you know what? There's a block feature. Use that. Stop wasting our time. Help me, someone help me. I need an adult. Like, that is such a silly, if that's real, and even screenshots these days, you gotta take with a grain of salt. people love faking shit and trying to make it seem like they weren't, like, this is real. I mean, you can say that all you want, but it's super easy to fake a ticket. Once you know how to edit the thing for the webpage, I can't think of the name of it, you can make anything look fake. There was one time, my wife's sister bought her a candle, right? And when you burn the candle, there's a piece of jewelry in it. And there's a chance for it to be like a really cool piece of jewelry, an expensive piece of jewelry. But in reality, it's probably just a piece of amethyst or something, right? Anyways, my wife ended up melting the candle from her sister. And I ended up taking the code that came. It was wrapped around, the ring was in like a little plastic bag and it was wrapped around this thing. I ended up going, I told my wife, I'm going to go downstairs and see. So I went downstairs and I edited the code, and then I yelled for my wife. I was like, "Hon, come down here, come take a look." And she looked, she's like, "No way!" And I was like, "Nah, I just pretended." And then I showed her what I did. Right? It's so easy to fake it. I'm not saying it is faked, but I'm saying there are a lot of people out there, they get banned for shit, and then they pretend like they didn't, like they're the victim in it. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. But my ban was rightfully executed. What the hell? I just don't understand why you would type that. I don't understand the context that would warrant that to be typed. Remember back when we were proud of when we weren't idiots? Yeah, I mean, maybe in the moment you're proud of it, but usually after a couple days have gone by and you've had a chance to reflect, usually that pride goes away. Normalize bullying idiots again? Yeah, make bullying great again.
Guys, I'm shaking, I'm fucking shaking. I never wanted to breed with anyone.
Shut up, bitch!
Thank you. Don't need to take a dive bomb? And it won't be a vote? No. Something like that, I think if it was ever put to a vote, the public would immediately strike it down. It's definitely something that would have to come with force through fear, right? And it would have to be like some big disaster that happened where they have to be like, okay, this is a matter of national security. We have to do this for this reason. And then it would be forced upon the population. It would probably be initially suggested that it's a temporary thing, but as with anything like that, you know, it gets extended, and before you know it, people are used to it, less people are willing to put in the effort to oppose it, and before you know it, you've lost another freedom. I'm in a weird middle ground with this, though. I do wish that there was a bit more, a little bit less anonymity on the internet. I wish people had to put their face behind the shit they say on the internet. Is that any different than adult websites requiring ID to access? I think the difference between that is forcing people to have ID to access the internet. Let me flush this out. The internet is pretty mandatory these days. As much as we like to, it's not mandatory, but damn, I can't imagine just all of a sudden, like, if they did that and they said, oh, well, you got the choice, it could be stripped away. You could live pretty easily without porn. You don't need porn in your life. But having to choose between accessing the internet, and especially with how digital everything's becoming too. So says you. Maybe I just don't know. You're married? Some of us aren't. Maybe that has something to do with the way. Having to provide ID for anything is a line for me. I don't disagree, but what about having to provide ID for gambling to make sure, like, minors don't? Because that's the intent behind things like that, right? Having to have ID for controlled substances, ID for gambling, ID for pornography. It's to make sure that young minds aren't being exposed to it.
And splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bum spiggity bom bom yes 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 yes.
Oh, that's disgusting. I can't stand anybody who likes Miracle Whip. I'm a mayonnaise kind of guy. What is Miracle Whip? It's pretend mayonnaise. It's basically Kraft's version of mayonnaise, but because it's not made the same way, they weren't allowed to call it mayonnaise. I don't know if that's like an FDA rule or whatever. Hot sauce for white people. Oh, that's too funny. Jesus. I do agree with what you're saying, though, Kinjara. And I don't know if there's a good way to work around that, right? I think the thought process behind that is the lesser of two evils. Because, yeah, I don't want corporations to know... They have no business knowing what my kinks are, right? It's none of their fucking business. But I think it is in everybody's best interest to protect our youth. So, how do you reconcile these two things? Right? How do you protect kids from, like, in the case of controlled substances like cigarettes and alcohol, right? How do you make sure that young minds aren't being exposed to these controlled substances, but not forcing older people to show their ID when buying those? Would need an RDIF token that substitutes ID but doesn't trace the ID. That too. Not what you said, but after that, the data leaks. It is so annoying, it makes me so reluctant to give anybody any information. Because I swear, it's every other day, some company got hacked and all the information is out there. And it's like, for fuck's sakes. At this point, I'm sure all of our information is fucking everywhere, as much as we hate to admit it. But I also don't think, because that reality is true, that we should just be like, oh, well, since it's out there, we should just give up. And I think that was kind of the appeal, Stormbad, of... That's kind of the appeal, not was the appeal, is the appeal of cryptocurrency, right? Is a non-localized currency that can largely stay anonymous. Like, it's not linked to your financial institution. It's not linked to... Like, your... I think your crypto wallet can't exactly be linked to you, right? Without you just openly admitting, yeah, this is my crypto wallet. Could be something as simple as a Google Authenticator, but something that requires ID it's basically the same thing though with extra steps, because before, like, if you use a Google Authenticator, for example, as a source of ID, and even though the person, like the outlet, like let's say you go to the liquor store and you show them your authenticator, they scan a little thing on your phone and it doesn't give them any personal information. Well, you still would have had to give that personal information to Google first, so they can verify your age. So this point of sale system recognizes, okay, maybe we don't know anything else about him, but we know that this authenticator says that he fits the criteria. I feel like it's the exact same thing, but with extra steps. Which, maybe is still an improvement, because the less of the, like, if I don't know, if all of your important information is just in one spot and the authenticator doesn't, like if these other companies don't have it, but the authenticator just says, yeah, they're good, then maybe that's better. But then you're kind of putting all you, well, I guess in this sense, it doesn't matter if all eggs are in one basket or not. Yeah. So I have multiple layers of protection. I have a password wallet that will legit, every password for every website will be a random series of numbers, letters, and special characters. Capital, non-capital, right? Upper and lowercase. I know those are the same thing. And it'll do that for every website, a completely different password. On top of that, I have an authenticator to get into my email. I have an authenticator to get into that password wallet. And that authenticator is on my phone. My phone actually has a password to get on it as well. I also have a backup phone that I keep at home. So if for some reason I ever lose this phone, I have a backup phone at home so I can still access all that stuff. So you would have to steal my phone. You would have to figure out my password wallet's password. You would have to figure out my phone's password. And you would have to do that all in the time before I realize my phone has gone missing and I go home to my other phone and change all that information, just in case. Because that's exactly what I would do. With all that protection, you probably have chastity wear too. Just on the back end, I have a maple leaf butt plug to keep me safe. One of my female Asian friends could have some of her other Asian friends unlock her Face ID. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but that sounds kind of silly. Cap, no way you have female friends. Oh shit, he got him! Oh shit. The whole story unravels. But yeah, the way I see it, with the way I have my security set up for all this stuff, right, is the only way you're going to be able to access...
What do you call a Canadian orgasm? A maple cream.
The only way you're going to be able to access my personal information, my personal accounts, is one of two ways. Either A, the account or the website is so insecure it allows you to change or disable the authenticator without even logging on it, which I have yet to experience, but I'm sure it might have happened. Or B, have to physically steal my phone in order to gain access to all of that stuff. And I've seen the people around my city. I don't think a single one of the people in my city that are depraved or desperate enough to steal my phone are smart enough to do any of that shit that's required to unlock it and get access to all those accounts. And do that faster than I can go home and change it all on my other phone, my backup phone. That does remind me, though, I did update my authenticator recently, and I didn't do that on my old phone. I actually need to charge it up. No, I just use a 6-digit PIN for my phone. And if I'm not mistaken, I haven't done it in a while, if you mis-enter the PIN 3 times, it locks you out for like 24 hours. And then if you mis-input it again 3 more times, or maybe it's 5 times, then it locks you out for like 7 days. I don't know if there's more than that. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. If your phone was stolen, activate phone wipe remotely. That's actually something I could probably consider doing too. Is actually figuring out some account where when I get home I can access that account with my phone and have it remotely wipe my missing phone. Or immediately lock it, right? So even if you did sit there and try to figure out the PIN, it couldn't do it. I'm sure there's something like that. Isn't that what a bidet is? A remote wipe? Sorry. Or explode it. Shit. You know what'd be the worst thing about that? I'd think my phone is missing, and then I would go, I'd go find my other phone, explode my phone, and then all of a sudden there'd be a fire in my closet because I didn't realize that my phone was actually in my winter coat that I put away in the closet, and that's why I couldn't find it. That's most likely what would happen. Some shit like that. Or the laundry basket would explode because I left my phone in my pants pocket when I took them off. Because 9 times out of 10, when my phone goes missing, it's usually some bullshit like that. Speak through it remotely? Shit, that might be useful. My wife loses her phone all the time, and she'd be like, "Can you call my phone? I can't find it." And then I'll call her phone, and she'll have had the ringer off, so it doesn't fucking matter that I'm calling it either. So it'd be kind of funny. Oh, if I could talk through it. She keeps it on her trolley at work. Just all of a sudden, I could just start yapping beside her. Oh shit. I need to actually change my wife's ringtone to my new song. Well, newish song. I completely forgot about that song already. You guys remember it? You guys remember my song? Or is it? Where's Discord? Oh, that song is such a banger. I already forgot about it. By the way, Valkia, I forgot to, or I meant to tell you yesterday, but you were gone once I remembered. I have enough points to do a MS Paint God redeem in Biceptimus. I know I still owe you one back, so the next time you need him to draw you something, make sure you tell me and I'll redeem it for you. I had a match last night in Solaire, you guys. I had to shadow play it. I had 3 instances where I went to grab somebody, and I successfully grabbed them, but it put them and me on the ground. And luckily, the person on my team saw 2 of the 3 times in that one match it happened, and even he was like, "What the fuck?" Because it was Kairos. He's actually in the, or Kairos. He's that soaked mystic in the finals. And he's like, "Okay, I'm getting ready with a vacuum, get ready." So he vacuumed, I go to grab the guy, and he and I both get put on the ground. And even he was like, "What the fuck?" This game is so shit. We ended up winning, but I was like, thank God you were seeing that too, because like I was fucking pissed. And I was like, people would think I was just full of shit if they didn't see it too. But I ended up shadow playing it too. 3 times in one game that happened. Actually, now that I think about it, last night was the first night I actually did AOS with Exit Leg on. I don't know if there's a correlation. Because, like, I expect that to happen very rarely, right? Where it happens, you know, sometimes. But for it to happen 3 times in one match was fucking crazy. Right, there was... I'm trying to remember. Wasn't in the first round. The first time it happened, he threw a vacuum. It was near the stairs over there. I think it's right just about here? No. Maybe it was the second round. Okay, I think it's just about here. I might have went past it. Yeah, I don't like playing in potato mode. Okay, oh! I think it's just about over here. Wait, no, maybe not. Oh, here we go. Right? So he just calls it out. I think you guys can hear it, can you? Oh no, you guys can't hear him. He calls it out that he's about to vacuum. He goes in, he gets the vacuum. I grab him, and I get stunned, and he gets put on the ground. You hear him even say, oh my god, your grab connected, but you got CC2. That's incredibly lame. And then it happens. Nobody's near me the next time it happens. And I think it was to Lude again. In the next round. Where he and I are off to the side. Kind of over here. I think this is almost where it happens. Oh. No, it wasn't up here that it happened. I think it was about over here. I think this is about where it happens. Yeah, see? We're both on the ground again. So, same freaking game. And then... Yeah, right here. See? Look. Again. 3 within like 5 fucking minutes. I was so pissed. Even he was like, what the hell? I grabbed him and then fucking tripped over him, apparently. Some bullshit like that. I like that one. Yo, Beefy. Yesterday I saw a little YouTube short pop up, and it was a pig laying on its side giving birth to another pig. And as the baby pig was coming out, the mama's tail was slapping the pig in the face, and I couldn't help but think of you. I bet with stacks going up, enhancement materials are kind of going crazy, huh? How's the enhancement market looking? Oh, I guess memfrags are still down. Sharp's still kind of up, though, huh? Ooh, shit. How much does that cost? $3.50 a pound, not sure how many pounds yet. That's a good price. Well, that's the thing, is the grab was successful, right? Because it put the other guy on the ground in all 3 instances, and as soon as the grab succeeds, it's supposed to be protected. But yeah. I mean, obviously something hit me, it shouldn't have. Only one of those 2 things should have happened. Either I got CC'd, or the person I grabbed got CC'd and I didn't. But the fact that both happened at the same time shows that there's an inconsistency happening. I've always thought that when you V, it should quickly restore like 1,000 HP. I think that would alleviate a lot of the times where you V but die. If your V just instantly gave you like a little 1,000 HP heal and removed debuffs. Like bleeds, for example. Yeah, I love, when I was younger, I was never a fan of pulled pork, but as I've got older, I like it a lot more. I think it's because I make it myself. Everybody I've had make it in the past, they just sucked at it. stale ass buns, soggy coleslaw, the shitty barbecue sauce. Yeah, my parents, they did a fantastic job putting food on the table, but that food was usually overcooked. My parents were, you could tell, it's not that they were bad cooks, but they weren't great cooks because they were always worried about things being undercooked. So yeah, most of the time, it felt like chewing on leather. The seasoning was there, but it was leather. They didn't have the internet to give them a million recipes. And you know what? That is probably, you probably hit the nail on the head, because these days, I don't even go looking for it anymore. I just say, hey, Google, give me a recipe on this. And if I don't like the immediate recipe, I say, can you give me another? And it gives me a new one. They definitely did not have that luxury, right? They were just winging it, so. And like I said, they did a fantastic job at putting food on the table. I will not criticize them for that. But, yeah, maybe the efficacy of their cooking, or at least how good I am at cooking, has a lot more to do with the access I have to, information about cooking. The Joy of Cooking came out in the 30s. I'm not giving them that pass. True, they could have got a book. One of my favorite things was when my dad worked on the railroad, right? So he would be gone for a few days at a time. And every now and then, my mom would be like, I don't feel like cooking tonight. And I'm like, KFC? And she's like, hell yeah. And we would order a bucket of fried chicken, fries and gravy, and goddamn, I love that shit so goddamn much. Your dad was John Henry, huh? Oh, no, he was a conductor. $40. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I was gonna say $40. That's cheap, but you're talking American. You know what I want to put in the next time I make pulled pork? Basically the same thing that I normally do, but I want to throw some gochujang in there. Oh my god, that is my new favorite secret ingredient, and it's pissing my wife off so much. She's getting so tired of me just putting it in everything. You bought a bag of MSG? Oh, I keep MSG in the house. MSG's fantastic. MSG got a bad rap, but that shit, whew. It is so good. Buttermilk, pickle juice, and gochujang. Oh, interesting. Buttermilk and pickle juice. Wouldn't that sour the buttermilk? I love dill flavored shit. Bulgogi. I think someone mentioned it a little while ago, but I've never had it. Within a day or two it won't? Okay. I love like spicy dill. There's like a spicy dill hummus that is so fucking good. I'll take sliced cucumber and dip it in that shit. It's so good. I'm actually not a fan of marinating things. I'm more of a brine kind of guy. If I want something to be juicier, I'll use a brine instead. Marinades always just, I don't know. They just don't hit with me. Yep. Yeah, I like MSG. Just like with anything, use it sparingly, but yeah, like if you're making like fried chicken and stuff like that, you put a little MSG in it. I don't know, it just brings... It steps it up a notch. It's like not a replacement for salt, but it's like an amazing complementary ingredient with salt. Okay. We don't have any Korean restaurants nearby, no.
Emotional damage.
There we go. I was wondering if I saw that sound effect. For what do you use MSG meat mostly? No, like fried rice, which is what Kinjara is referencing. Meats definitely for sure. Like batters and stuff that I put on stuff. Practically anything you put salt in, you could put like a bit of MSG with it. Figure out what the proportions are that you like. Like I said, for me, it's not a replacement to salt, but it's like the spaghetti and meatballs of salt. Oh, it's all in that barbecue sauce. I don't think it's necessarily next level. I think it's just like a different top shelf, right? Because like if you go get some like good southern fried chicken, I'm sure it's the same thing, just different. It's just fucking They perfected it, but in a different way. Yeah. I like using a mixture of flour and cornstarch. I've never tried potato starch, though. Maybe I should get my hands on some and try it next time. It's the same thing with french fries, too. Like, when I'm making french fries in the air fryer, I will cut my fries. I will rinse them a bunch of times to try to get as much of the starch out of them as possible. Then I will lay them on a baking sheet, pat them as dry as possible, and then let them air dry in the refrigerator for a while to get as dry as possible. Because you got to get rid of that starch on the outside. And I know it sounds kind of counterintuitive because I'm going to be adding cornstarch and stuff later, but I get rid of the starch and as much moisture from the potatoes as possible. and then once they're dry, I'll pull them out, and I will just lightly season them with like garlic salt, black pepper, and I will throw in some cornstarch with them as well and toss it all together. Just a little bit of cornstarch on the outside. And then I will spray them with like just a nice little frying oil, put them in the air fryer, toss them occasionally, maybe give them another spray if they need more. And they come out so deliciously crispy. I love garlic salt too. I am a fucking sucker for garlic salt. Toss maybe a little bit of parsley on them too. Bacon salt. Parsley is soap to you? Are you sure you're not thinking of cilantro? That's usually a cilantro thing. Or coriander, right? Which are basically the same thing. Both. Interesting. I've never heard anybody say that about parsley. What is this? Senate Street and Savory, Daniel Wright. Huh. Goddamn! $150 book? Jesus! It should come with the dinner. What the fuck? And then Amazon says, only one left in stock. Order soon. It's probably someone scalping or some shit. Yo, wait, maybe you need to put your book up. Put it for $115. I ain't paying for no liberal cookbook. Oh, shit. My wife found out you can get cookbooks on a used book site for textbooks. Or you could just go on the internet and look up recipes on your phone. Hey, what's up, Nakatsu? Hey, Nakatsu, I'm sure you showed Mr. Rapolis that clip. What was his reaction to it? Did he find it as funny as we had thought? You got a clip for me? Oh no. Bobo jump scare. What? The hell? Jesus. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's the thing, is many classes have experienced that exact same thing. And I think that's part of the reason they should actually go through and just convert everybody to Ascension classes. Because there are plenty examples of times where Awakenings get nerfed because the Succession needs to get nerfed. At this point, take all of the Awakenings left, separate them all into their own classes, and figure out which of the two specs the main hand fits the most, let them keep that main hand, and then make a new main hand for the other one. Because, let's be honest, Ascensions, all Ascensions is Old Awakening classes before Succession existed. That's all an Ascension class is. It's basically Perlibus's way of saying, yeah, we fucked up with Successions, but we don't want to admit it, so we're going to create this whole new category of class called an Ascension class. But really, it's just an Old Awakening class. Because there's some Awakenings where the main hand feels so ridiculously incoherent. Nova, Drac, Sage. Like, at this point, just convert Old Awakening classes to an Ascension class. And then turn all Successions into the Ascension design. And then all the classes can follow the same rules, right? Because then you can go through and give every class a core. You could say, okay, every class deserves this amount of CCs, this amount of protected CCs. We'll give them the flexibility of one core. Every class can then get their 10, 25, and 50% BSRs instead of that being limited to only Awakenings. If they had a similar template they use for all classes, I think it would be a lot easier to balance. Because then it would be a lot easier to decide what the trade-offs are, right? Because I think most would agree with me that we don't care if classes are strong in one way, as long as there's a trade-off for that strength. Well, that was my follow-up point, Dragor. Right? If you give a class more CCs, there has to be a trade-off for it. But when you have a completely different template that's being used for different classes, it becomes harder to distinguish if those trade-offs are worth it, because there's other things now that they're just not considering. They could be like, okay, grabs are strong CCs. So instead of your class having 5 CCs, you're only going to get 4 because your grab, we're going to count that as if it's 2. Right? That's the trade-off. They could, if there was a more consistent template, then they could weigh those pros and cons like that. Nope, wrong and bad. Oh, sorry. You make a strong point. You really got me in the nope part. I know, right, Cabell? Remember when there was trade-offs, though? Like, if your class was fast and had damage and it was range, then you were super squishy? Or if your class had range and was tankier, it was immobile? When you take a look at, like, some classes when they are at their... when they were at their strongest and needed nerfs, it wasn't... Like, I think Awakened Drac is probably the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Is individually, any way you could measure it on its own, it wasn't overpowered. It didn't have the best sustain, it didn't have the best mobility, it didn't have the best catches, it wasn't the best at trading. But even though it wasn't S tier in any of those categories, it was A plus in all of them, right? It was the fact that it had no weaknesses. No trade-offs for those strengths that made it just a force to reckon with. Or a force not to reckon with, I mean, right? So, like, I don't care if classes are strong in certain areas, but there needs to be a trade-off. If it's going to roll a 10 in one area, maybe it should roll a 4 in another. If it has a 10 in mobility, maybe it should have a 2 in tankiness. What's up, John? Lawn's not squishy. Lawn is way tankier than it needs to be. If you think Lawn's tanky, you haven't played a truly... Or sorry, if you think Lawn's squishy, you haven't played a truly squishy class. I think that's kind of apples to oranges, though. Comparing speed to mobility where you're completely untouchable because you're up in the air. I think if you asked any of those fast classes if they would prefer to be as fast as they are and on the ground or up in the air and untouchable, they would, every single one of them be like, fuck yeah, give me wings, baby. You're not untouchable in flight. To the vast majority of classes, you have been. Stop talking about the exceptions. They don't define the rule, you fucker. Let's see a warrior touch you in the air. Let's see a striker touch you while in the air. Let's see a sucker. There's a fucking way more classes that can't touch you when you're in the air. So stop talking about the two range classes that maybe are touching you in the air. Sometimes. Because maybe you're at 2% HP and a stray fucking meteor hits you. And stop acting like that defines the rule. Holy fuck. So tired of people being like, well, this one time, so because it happened that one time, it's not true, Mr. Zessian. Fuck. You guys are so annoying. Can't believe I have to fucking explain this guy to you guys. He's primed for it. Yeah. Now Dragor's living up to his spot in the song. Fanning the flames. It's so obnoxious, though. It is so obnoxious when people try to diminish these clear strengths they have to this one time where occasionally, like once a week, this one thing happens to them. Well, it happens, once every 100 times, so therefore, I can't count it as a strength. Huh. I think what just converting everybody to Ascension does is removes these weird situations where they try to nerf a succession and end up the Awakening version ends up getting caught in the crossfire. Because sometimes it's just completely unwarranted. Not saying a lot of the nerfs to Zerker were unwarranted. Slows needed to be nerfed. Grabs needed to be nerfed. Self-heals needed to be nerfed, but I think they did it incorrectly. Instead of doing flat numbers, they should have just did percentage-based heals. I think that has two benefits. One, it makes healing consistent, and it makes it a self-maintaining system. Because as HP pools increase, the heals will increase with it proportionally. Yeah, a little 250 HP heal when you're running around with sometimes a 15k health. Ooh, so nice, right? Like, they've even had to buff potions because of it. HP pools were getting so big, and guess what? It's going to eventually have to happen again. When we start getting to 20, 30k HP, they're going to have to buff potions again. Where if they just made all heals percentage-based, it'd be a self-maintaining system. But in regards to Lon's tankiness, the perfect example is go watch some of the earlier Adana fights where you saw Fluos in there. You can't tell me that Lon is squishy. And you can't make the argument either that in those fights that he's running like multiple DP Skittles. Because you can't even get into the fight if you put on any of the DP Skittles. You can only go in there full blast. The only thing you can go is DP Crystals. Right? Like Hooms and Bitters. Which are pretty standard for most people's builds. Adonos? Do you mean add-ons? I mean, everybody has access to the same add-ons. That's not a LAN exclusive. Add-ons are standard across the board. Oh, Fluos. Oh, Idania. Yeah, the Idania fights, right? So the earlier Idania fights, we got to see Fluos in there. He was on LAN. And, like, you would see him get caught. And, like, a couple people dogpile him and he's standing up. I'm not saying LAN's tanky. I'm just saying it's definitely not squishy. Yeah, he doesn't stream or anything. You only get to catch him in like the Idania fights from other people's perspectives. That's another thing that really grinds my gears. When people use, I mean, I guess it kind of goes to the same thing, right? The exception to define the rule, where they're like, well, I'm not tanky because, like, look at my class compared to DR Velk. Or I don't have good damage because look at my damage to a E-buffed Suck DK. My class isn't fast. Look at Awaken Nova with acceleration on, right? Where they're constantly comparing themselves to the... Maybe they aren't the best in that category, but they're constantly... Because they aren't the best in that category, they're acting like their class is the worst in that category. You hear about Katy Perry? The only thing I heard about Katy Perry recently is apparently her and Justin Trudeau are hooking up or something like that. Which, I could have sworn Justin was married, but I guess not. Yeah. Well, it's just deflection. People not wanting to acknowledge the strengths of their classes, so they try to minimize it by comparing it to the strongest of that characteristic, right? I think it's kind of like a self-preservation move. Maybe I'll try bringing that back, Dragor. I haven't had any crashing in a while now. I think it's safe to say that the crashing is gone. Maybe I'll try to bring that back later tonight.
Shut up, bitch!
And get it all set up and working. And if the crashing comes back, then it's gone for good. The classes I sympathize with the most these days are like Awaken Maewa, Suck Drac, Warriors getting there, Suck Velk. No, not Suck Nova. Suck Nova's an annoying little bastard. I have no sympathy for that class, especially when it's just randomly CCing people around the map that it doesn't even know where they are. Oh, yeah, I'm speaking more generally, specifically PvP-wise. I think it's come a long way in PvE, though. I think, I could have swore the last I heard it's actually a decent grinder now. I'm sorry for yelling, by the way, chat. I get a little heated. The little crotchetiness in me comes out. Yeah. But to be fair, they kind of had to slow her down with the removal of slows.
Yell at us more. Daddy.
Right? Slows were like the only way to keep that class in check. So when they removed slows, or not removed it, but dramatically nerfed slows, they had to nerf her movement. Oh, there's lots of classes with good slows. The main ones though were, yeah, like Warrior, Zerker, and Mystic, and Hash. Holy fuck. A good Awaken Hash was fucking impossible. Because they have like a really good ranged grab, awesome damage, insane mobility, and between Quicksand and Ensnaring Sands, like they had a perma slow on you. Musa, I think it just had a movement slow. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember it having an attack cast slow. I think it was just a movement slow, but I could be mistaken. Pop the other buffs. Make Sorks strong again? Sorks are actually kind of strong right now. They are kind of strong again. Sorks are definitely in a much better spot than they've been in for quite a while. As much as some people will hate to admit it, I think this season of AOS is actually a lot more balanced. Like, I don't know if we have any classes that feel like you're fighting Thanos this season like we've seen in others. Like, well, there's certainly some strong classes, meta classes, but nothing that feels like you're fighting Thanos this season. And on the opposite end of it, there's a lot of classes that have traditionally done really bad in AOS that are doing a hell of a lot better than they used to. Is Archer a demon? Good archers are demons. The thing is, like, the difference between Archer and Deadeye is Deadeye, you didn't need any more but 3 fingers on each hand. Where bad archers just fall on their face. But the good archers that have been playing it for a while, they're a problem. Plug and play classes, yeah, that's exactly what Deadeye was. Where Archer is not a plug and play class. But yeah, good ones like Zac, he can hold his own. You don't feel like when you see an archer on your team, even like some of the best archers like Jiho or Zac, although I don't think Jiho's playing anymore, but he's, you know, known to be a good archer. Like, when you see these archers on your team, even in the past, just because they're archer, you're like, fuck. Okay, let's get this over with. But now you're like, fuck yeah, okay, let's do this. Well, Brady is capable of only playing pure ranged and kite. Isn't that exactly what Awakened DK does? Stop lying, Etsu. We know what you used to play. Awakened DK is almost as close as you could get to Archer without being Archer. I don't buy it for a second. You just don't like Archer because it's a boy. You don't like Archer because you watch yourself. You don't like Archer because you prefer DK. Because with DK, you like to go in and out. This is starting to sound like the DK Discord. This is how we know he's a DK main. Oh no, I'll take it back. Not there ever was one, I know. We gotta settle this. Zeph, show the message. Execute order 334269. What is it again? Try not to die to mobs here. Oh, here it is. Try not to die to mobs. Basically between lightning prisons. Oh damn it, I still have my external hard drive installed. Boom, there it is. Yeah, Etsu, what do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, and that's why you're here, right, Beefy? Oh, shit. Yo, what's up, Anthem? Yeah, right here. He wasn't even looking. I'll put it back up on screen. Here. Just in case his old eyes are having trouble seeing it, we'll make it a little bit bigger. We'll put it right in the middle. Have I played Lost Ark? No. Yeah, I did say that with my entire chest. Tall and proud. Yeah. Community manager and game manager. So a GM handles things like tickets and stuff like that. A community manager is they do like events with the community. They try to keep in touch with the community, listen to the concerns of the community. They're kind of that bridge between us and the rest of the company, right? Manager, master, whatever. Tomato, tomato. Shut up, Cavell. Watch me try, goddammit. Is your wife a manager? In every marriage, the wife is the manager, yes. Mm-hmm. What do you mean you're sorry about that? What about my match, Etsu? What about my match? Did you see what that class did to me? That class I fought needs to be nerfed. Also, my class is so weak it needs to be buffed. You know who I need to say something to? Oh. Yeah. That man's gonna have to try to figure out how to use a new keyboard. Play on rocks instead. Hook up a pair of bongos and use the drums to play the input. No, you should not see it. You should not see it. It's cursed. I promise you, you do not want to click on that link, especially at work. Oh, that one! Oh yeah, that was a sick picture. I was thinking of the one that Dragor and Menzies and stuff are messing around with. Yeah, that one's a sick one. I like that one. Shit, I don't even think I have that one anymore. I don't know if you have it. Oh man. Oh. Oh my god. Don't get ahead of yourself, Vortex. Don't get ahead of yourself. Remember, when you see somebody like that, click this, and the real picture becomes obvious. Not saying Kuno's weak. Yeah. Well, that's the problem when you're at the top, right? Less and less people that it's going to try to pair you against. I think after this Shadow Knight, or sorry, after this Frog, I think we're gonna call it a day there, and then I gotta start doing a little bit of dinner prep before I go pick up my daughters. Ooh, finish off a nice little Debo ring. Ew. How do you share the picture? You probably gotta upload it to like Imager or something. Okay, it doesn't like me standing on here. I fucked up, chat. I can't get down. There we go. There's the picture. Yeah. Damn, looks exactly like me. But without hair. Oh, hey, chat. I think it's time for me to go. I hope you all have a wonderful day. See if we can find somebody to raid today. Let's see. Oh, do my dark rifts. Shit. Yeah, I'll have to put a little notepad. I gotta do that later. Let me open up a little notepad. Oh, and song requests. I need to try to do that tonight, too. Get that set back up. Hopefully it works better now, too. They probably had time to work out the bugs. Okay. I'm gonna raid somebody new. Looks like she's doing some AOS. She got her cam on, so she's probably willing to chat with people. Probably a lot more than me. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll catch you all later. I hope you all have a wonderful stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Same shit, different day, same sage time, same sage channel. Fuck, I can't remember the old quote. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. Make sure you guys say hi and be nice and behave yourselves.